Okay, everyone. Welcome to our early 5:30 special meeting tonight on Monday, August 3rd. I'm going to call the meeting to order. I'm going to stand for a Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Everyone, please be seated. First item is approval of the agenda. Have a motion?
Motion to approve the agenda?
Second? All in favor? Seeing none opposed, the agenda is approved as presented. Item number 2, Mayor Pro Tem.
Motion to conduct a closed session pursuant to NCGS 143-318-11A3, attorney-client privilege, and NCGS 143-318.11A6, personnel.
Have a motion to have a second?
Go ahead. Motion
right.
to approve the closed session.
Have a motion, we have a second. All in favor? Seeing none opposed, motion carries. We will go into closed session. We'll be hopefully back before the 7 o'clock regular meeting.
Move to seal the minutes of the closed session until such time as the release of the information would no longer frustrate the purpose of the closed session and further no action was taken.
Okay, have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Seeing none opposed? Okay, we've returned from our closed session. Do I have a motion to adjourn our special meeting?
Motion to adjourn special meeting.
Second?
Second.
All in favor? We are adjourned. Now you can shake hands. Okay.
Hey, how you doing? All right. Good to see you. All right. actually 2 minutes and a half.
I'm hitting it at 7. I'm hitting it now. I'm hitting it. Ashley, we good with video and sound? All right. Okay, it is 7 o'clock, August 3rd, our first regular meeting since June. Now, we've had a lot of special meetings, a few of them over the month of July. But tonight, we're back in business at our regular meeting. We've got a lot of agenda items to cover tonight. We appreciate those of you that are here in the audience, and we greatly appreciate those of you who are viewing us live stream. And we invite you to our 7 o'clock regular meeting. I'm going to call the meeting to order. We'll all stand for the invocation of Pastor Billy Parker, and we'll remain standing. Well, Tim, I got Tim then.
Let us pray. Lord, we thank you first and foremost, Lord, we thank you for a great day today. We thank you for your goodness, your kindness, your mercy, Lord, leading and directing in all things that are said here tonight, Lord. Let there be unity, let there be harmony, working together on all things, Lord, for the betterment of Hope Mills. We thank you for working together, and let us all work together, Lord, in the goodness, Lord. But most of all, Lord, we thank you for your goodness, Lord, and your kindness and directing and your safety, Lord, and just blessing us immensely, Lord. And we give you all the honor and the praise for all things. In the name of Jesus, we do pray. Amen and amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. Item 1, approval of the agenda. Do we have any additions or deletions to the agenda?
Mayor, motion to approve the agenda.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Seeing none opposed, agenda is approved as presented. Item number 2, official comments. We'll start off with the manager's report, which is on the screen.
Thank you, Mayor. Welcome, fellow board members and our listening audience in the boardroom as well as on our live stream. I'll try to keep this brief. National Night Out, conducted every year by our police department, was initially scheduled for tomorrow, but as you see on the flyer, the rain out date is in effect. It's been rescheduled to September 8th, 2026, 5 p.m. to 8 p.m., same location right out here at Municipal Park. The Hope Mills Fire Department is participating in a supply drive called the Zion's Back to School Drive. Drop-off location is at the fire department. They're looking for things like pencils, crayons, things in glue, and school supplies. The event is Saturday, September 5th, 2026 from 11 to 3. Definitely want to acknowledge our youth in the police department's Cop Out Not Drop Out Summer Youth Program. It's been going on all summer. Graduation will be held on Friday, August 14th at 5 p.m. Also, for the community corner, have you had a chance to take a photograph at the new Adirondack chair at Hope Mills Lake? If you see the photograph, it does not do justice. The thing is 8 feet tall. It is humongous. I think it looks beautiful in that location, but they're running a contest for photos, and you can go up to it and hit the QR code. Artist Village Community Theater has announced their 2026-2027 theater season. They have 3 dates, October 25th through the 22nd through the 25th, December 11th through the 15th, and May of 2027. I also wanted to highlight the groundbreaking for Camden Commons. This is the largest commercial development in the history of the town of Hope Mills. The anchor tenant is Target. Just some initial site data. The entire site is 80 acres of commercial. There are 23 commercial outparcels that will be developed at this site. The anchor tenant, Target, is proposed at 128,000 square feet. Anchor tenant B, which is unnamed at this moment, is designed at 63,000 square feet. Anchor tenant C at 55,000 square feet. So phase 1 of this development is 335,000 square feet of commercial retail. I'm also highlighting residential development. The Pembroke subdivision is off of Black Bridge Road. It is adjacent to the Black Bridge Village subdivision. It does provide access within that subdivision, but primary access off of Black Bridge Road. It was annexed into the town and approved for 79 single-family houses. They are under construction at this time. There's also a development called Eagle Cove. If you've seen the Dirtbag Plaza commercial development beside Dirtbag L's, you'll also see that they cleared the land behind Dirtbag L's. That is was annexed into the town and approved for 183 single-family homes and 45 townhouses. So that'll bring rooftops to the area that will probably spawn more commercial in that area as well. And I'm pretty sure you are in full view of the roundabout in front of Parks and Recreation. The contractor, Fred Smith and Company, I do know they have a goal of getting that roundabout in before school starts. It's well under construction, but I want you to notice that there are sidewalks being installed on both sides of the street. And so from the post office down to the public safety center, and from the public safety center down to Quality Seas, the pedestrian environment that's going to be created when this project is complete will be very impactful for the town. I do know there's typically headaches that you have during construction. We knew this when it was started. The infrastructure is needed. The construction during the process is never pretty, but they are actually ahead of schedule, and I do think that'll be something that'll anchor this facility or at least this campus. Next, you have the Parks and Recreation events. Fall Litter Sweep and the Fall Community Yard Sale is coming. We have registration for our Hope Mills Little Stars coming forward. Definitely at the bottom of the screen, you have things for our seniors as well. And the last 2 pages will continue to be updates on infrastructure-related NCDOT projects in the area. And before I conclude the manager's report, I definitely want to acknowledge Fairfield Cumberland Economic Development Corporation. If you recall, in April of last year, they asked the town for an investment into a company called Rolease Acmeta, which is a company off of at 103 Tom Starling Road. They initially promised the creation of 45 new jobs. that an average wage is sitting 38,000 per year. I have been notified on Friday that that goal has been accomplished. So they did actually handle their end of the bargain based on investment from the town. And that does conclude the manager's report for August 3rd. Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor. That was really good to add that investment piece. That was the partnership between the town and Cumberland County to bring that company here along with creating those jobs. Okay, next, board member comments. Commissioner Marley.
I don't have anything at this time, Mayor.
Okay, Commissioner Trimmel.
Good evening, and it's good to see a nice crowded room, and welcome, and to those online, welcome.
Commissioner Hamilton.
Good evening, everybody. I just want to welcome everybody to the meeting this evening, those online, and hope you enjoy the meeting.
Commissioner Mitchell.
Good evening. Thanks for coming out. Looking forward to a very productive day today.
Mayor Pro Tem Hope Page.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for coming. Nice to see everybody in the audience, and I do hope there's a lot of people watching online as well. Please matriculate into the audience. Let's remember that school starts back. Let's remember road safety. Some children are in year-round schools. Please be careful and watch the zones. And congratulations to all the kids that graduated and that are starting college in the next few weeks.
Yes, congratulations to the kids that are coming back to Fayetteville Technical Community College, and our classes kick off August 17th. So we're very busy getting our classes ready for the incoming year of students. Two things that's barely been talked about in the town, of course, the Target facility at Camden Commons. That is still being talked about, a tremendous amount of input there with the DOT projects. Something Chancellor talked about was when this entire roadway project is done here in the central part of the town, we will have something that when I came on the board in 17, our vision was a walkable community. It's taken 9 years to get it, but nonetheless, our community is becoming a walkable community. And that's a safe community for everyone to use the sidewalks. The last thing is the big buzz, and Chancellor, I thought he was going to talk a little more about this. The big buzz is what's going to go in that roundabout that's out there almost finished right now. A lot of buzz about when it's done, what's going to go there. Well, it's going to be a subject of discussion in coming months because it's going to be a community-led effort of what actually does go there. It's not going to remain just a mound of dirt. It's going to be a nice focal point for our community for years to come. So if you've been around, I'm sure everybody's been on the roundabout. That's only one of two. We've got another one that's coming up, and we'll finish up that road widening project and then continue on with the other parts and pieces. With that said, I appreciate everybody that's come tonight, that's in the audience and on live stream. We're back to our regular meetings. So we got a lot to get through, so let's kick it off with our first presentation. And I always like these, and that's under item number 3. And it's the swearing in of Officer Caleb. I hope I get this name right. I think is it Higginbottom? Am I close? I don't know, it's amazing. Come forward, sir, along with your chief.
So Caleb Higginbotham is a U.S. Air Force veteran who honorably served 7 years as a security forces member. During his service, he deployed to Saudi Arabia in 2022 to 2023 in support of Operation Inherent Resolve. Following his separation in 2024, Caleb returned to his hometown of Hope Mills to be closer to family and to continue giving back to the community he loves. He's here tonight with his mom, Cassandra, and his dad, Brian.
ability, and judgment. So help me God. Again, welcome to our family. Okay. Okay, item B, our Child Advocacy Center, John Webster, Executive Director, and Janique Freeman, please come up and give us some great words about what the center's doing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is John Webster. I am the director of the Child Advocacy Center. We're over on Rowan Street, across from Festival Park in Fayetteville. And I just want to tell you just a little bit about what we do and how the city of Hope Mills can possibly become involved and more involved in what's going on over there. We do a lot of great work. It's very hard work. Much like Officer Higginbotham, the work is very hard, but it's very good work. And I think anytime you're advocating to protect children and help children have a good life, a good start in this hard life, we think that's good work. And so I have a good staff, and we work closely with a lot of all the law enforcement in Cumberland County, and we work with Hope Mills PD. They are in our building every couple of weeks and come into meetings about cases and come into interviews. So basically, for those who don't know, the Child Advocacy Center is a center where we receive referrals from social services and all the law enforcement agencies, including CID on base. They refer kids to us usually ages 3 through 17, and these kids have been alleged to have been abused in some way, either sexually, physically, emotionally, human trafficking. We have those cases. We also have cases, unfortunately, where children have watched very violent crimes happen maybe to a parent or to a caregiver, and they come to debrief in our building as well. We have trained forensic interviewers. I have victim family advocates, and we have 2 therapists who work there, and then we also have prevention and volunteer coordinator who does a lot of things out in the community. We go out and we lead in workshops in the community. There's one in particular called Stewards of Children, and in fact, Janique is one of the facilitators for that, or will be, and so we have several facilitators for that. And that is actually a good way for groups such as this, either the town board or if people in the audience have a business and they would like to have their staff trained. It's just learning how to keep our kids safe, how to report abuse, how to look for it, what to do when you see it, and how to make things better, how to get involved. Hope Mills it's a wonderful town, and I don't live in this county. I drive into work every day from Johnston County, but I have learned a lot about Hope Mills since I've been here, and it's a very progressive town and a lot of really good things, exciting things. As the town manager just went through, a lot of great things going on here, and so we appreciate the support that you have given us to this point, and we are looking forward to finding more ways that we can engage with Hope Mills as you continue to grow. We see each year in our building, or last year, we saw 531 children come through from this county who had been alleged to have been abused in one way or the other. That's a lot of children. When you put 531 kids together, that's a lot of folks. And these kids have suffered things that most of us have no idea what they've been through, and it will impact them one way or the other going forward in life. We just hope to be a place of healing and hope where these children can get off to as good a start as they can, regardless of what has happened to them. So we have seen those many children. As I said, we work with all the law enforcement. DSS is in our building every day, and these we meet 2 times a month with Assistant DA, one of the Assistant DAs for Cumberland County, and also the law enforcement folks and the social services folks meet with my staff. And I help facilitate those meetings where we discuss 6 or 8 cases on those Fridays. And, you know, I've done child welfare for 32 years before getting into this role. And just when you think you've seen it all, someone will top it, and there'll be something new. Online presence now, trafficking, pornography, all those things, AI, all those things have just raised the bar on what we do. So what we do is very important. We are a nonprofit, so we depend on county budgets, city budgets, federal grants, state grants. We have a lot of corporate benefactors who partner with us. Janique, who will tell you a little more about that, she is one of our board members, and she, in addition to that, she wears a couple other hats. She's our development chair, and she's also heading up our fall gala, which she's going to be beaming to tell you about in just a minute. So I'm going to turn it over to her, but I just want to thank you. I wear a lapel pin that says every child matters, and I really do believe that. I'm very passionate about that. My staff are very passionate and capable in trying to make sure that happens, that we believe every child does matter. So I would like for her to tell you a little bit about how you as a town and people in the room can become involved in ways that they can help us do what we do over at the Child Advocacy Center. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John.
Thank you so much. I will be very brief. Hello. I know there's a lot of people behind me. We would like to officially invite the Town of Hope Mills to the Fall Gala. It's one of our top, we have 2 fundraisers every year. This one is October the 17th. We're being very intentional about our mission for this fundraiser. It's called the Turning Awareness into Action, because when people know about child abuse, they always say, well, what can I do about it? And so we are asking the audience to be filled with community leaders, Hope Mills, Spring Lake, Fayetteville PD. We have the district court judge that's going to be there, and we're trying to get the hospital get involved as well. And so we would like representation there. We're going to have an interactive game where we're going to have different people from different areas of our community come up and talk about child abuse awareness and prevention. And so we would like for you to participate in that and share the information with everyone in the town of Hope Mills.
Thank you, Janique.
You're welcome.
Are there any questions from the board? Any interest on the October 17th? I think it's a great community partnership. I think it's an opportunity.
I do have something. I'm gonna give him a card because give me a call and probably have you come out next week and brief our Veterans Council next week. Just reach out to him and I'll see can I get you scheduled on the agenda.
It's okay. I would like to leave some brochures with you. The impact statement and brochures about what we do.
Yes,
Can you share those?
definitely. And we'll, is this all you brought? Because we can put some back there on that back table.
We'll bring them.
All right, just bring me some more, because we can always put that back on our table.
All right, thank you very much.
Is there, yes, is there a cost
There is a
for the October 17th gala?
Yes, there is a cost. So the early bird pricing for the table of 8 is $1,000. After that, it will be $1,300.
Okay,
And that has started now through September the 13th.
that's
table
table
of
of 8.
For
Okay.
$1,000, and 100% of your donation goes to the center
Yeah.
to help support us.
Yeah, it all goes to the center.
That's one thing I failed to say. We are local, so we're not a national organization. We're local. We have the Child Advocacy Centers of North Carolina, but they're basically, I'm not an umbrella unit of them, but they do advise us and give us training and so forth. But we operate independently, and that's what, so every dollar that comes to the CAC stays in this county, which is very important to me. I think it's very,
And it all helps our local kids.
it does.
And we're the only nonprofit that provides forensic interviewing for children in this community. So we save the county a lot of money.
Yeah. God bless everything that you
Yeah,
guys
thank
do
you.
for our children. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next item. Xavier, you up for this? You got them both, we got one. You got the first one.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're under item 4, public hearing. ZNG 003-26, rezoning of 0.88 acres from R10 residential district to CP, planned commercial district within town limits, or to a more restrictive zoning for the development area located at 3310 North Main Street, REID 0414361810000, submitted by The Alms House Incorporated, applicant and owners under tab 1.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Board of Commissioners. So tonight we have case ZNG 00326, which is a rezoning to planned commercial. So the Town of Hope Mills staff received a request to rezone 0.88 acres of land from R10 residential to CP planned commercial district. It's located at 3310 North Main Street. The parcel identification number is 0414361810. The subject property is adjacent to developed commercial and residential properties. To the north of the property, there is Car Wash USA Express, Planet Fitness, Papa John's Pizza. To the west of the property, there is Reeves Funeral Home. To the east of the property, there is Halo Spa. And to the south of the property, there is Hope Mills Municipal Park, that's the residential part. Access will mostly come from North Main Street, and the Southwest Cumberland Land Use Plan calls for heavy commercial, and this request does fall within the current guidelines. So right here, we have an aerial view of the subject property showing the surroundings. So you can see everything. You see the Car Wash, Planet Fitness, Papa John's, Reeves Funeral, Halo, and also Hope Mills Municipal Park. And here is another aerial view so you can see the actual image of the area and see what's around it. So right here we have the applicant and owners, which is the Alms House. We want to rezone to CP planned commercial, and it's 0.88 acres. It has access to public utilities such as water and sewer off of North Main Street. And then here's the current zoning of the surrounding areas of the subject property. So you can see the subject property is zoned R10. That's also correspondent to R7.5. You have O&I, which is Reeves Funeral Home. You have Hope Mills Municipal Park, which is R10. You have Halo Spa, which is C1P, and you have Planet Fitness area that is on CP planned commercial. Here you can see the future land use. So right here it calls for heavy commercial. So the request is compliant because it falls within that heavy commercial district. Here you'll see some photos of the area. So right here you can see across the street, that's Planet Fitness. It's a busy street, as we can see, it's cars coming all times. You have this area going towards Papa John's and down towards Circle K. This is pointing towards Reeves Funeral Home. And here is the subject property in question. And if there's no questions, I suggest the floor be opened.
Before I open up the public hearing, is there any questions from the board? Okay. Motion to open public hearing.
Motion to open public hearing.
Second.
Second.
All in favor? Seeing none opposed, public hearing is now open. Is there anyone here that would like to speak in support of ZNG-003-26? Is there anyone here that would like to speak in support of ZNG-003-26? Is there anyone here that would like to speak in opposition of ZNG-003-26? Anyone here that would like to speak in opposition of ZNG-003-26? If
Motion
not,
to close public hearing.
second? I have a motion, have a second, close public hearing. All in favor? Motion carries. Public hearing is now closed. Do I have an action?
Mayor, I'll make a motion that we approve ZNG-003-26 for the rezoning request from R10 to CP Plan Commercial District as it is consistent with the 2013 Southwest Cumberland Land Use Plan, which calls for heavy commercial. The proposed zoning is a strategic fit with the town's ongoing and future economic growth and development goals. It is also appropriate given the existing nearby land uses, making the request reasonable to the public.
Have a motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Have a motion, have a second. Any additional discussion? If not, all in favor? Seeing none opposed? Motion carries. Next item is B. Xavier, you only get one? Yeah, that's right. But see, the best one's coming up.
Oh, you're too kind.
Okay, under B, it's Hope Mills Area Land Use Plan. This plan guides future land decisions, formerly known as the Southwest Cumberland Land Use Plan. The area is bordered by Fayetteville to the north, South Central area to the east, Robeson County to the south, Hope County to the west. That's under tab 2. Sarah Grace?
Yes,
Welcome
sir.
again.
I was telling the staff before the meeting that the very wonderful TV was not here last time I presented, and I made the mistake of not bringing slide notes last time, so I actually could not see what I was presenting. So I brought notes, and now we have a wonderful TV. So for those who do not know me, my name is Sarah Grace Mitchell, and I am a Planner 3 on staff with Cumberland County Planning and Inspections in our Comprehensive Planning Division, which, fun fact, many counties do not have comprehensive planning, so it's great to be one of few. And I work with 2 other gentlemen, Trey Smith, who's the planning manager, and then also Joel Schultz. Chris Lawhorn was another planner that worked with us on this project, but he has gone on to work in Virginia now as of last week. So he's doing big things. So I will be presenting the Hope Mills Area Land Use Plan. This is formally known as the Southwest Cumberland Land Use Plan. Typically we aim to update the land use plan every 5 to 7 years. Of course, we've had COVID over the last few years, which delayed the land use planning process, but we're pleased to have a new land use plan. Your boundary has expanded over the last few years as your MIA expands, and so that includes the area around Dirtbag Ales, Corporation Drive, and the new neighborhoods. You're also bordered by the city of Fayetteville, Hope County, and Robeson County to the south. The plan area is approximately 25,000 acres, and the total population of the entire area, not just the town, is 65,381 residents, and that's the 2020 U.S. decennial census, so that's not the most updated census data. So looking back, we're going to look at the current zoning, as you can see on the left, and then also the existing future land use map. Existing future land use is a contradicting term. When your map is first adopted, we call it the adopted future land use map, but as we use it, this is no longer the most current adopted future land use, because as you accept rezonings, then they may require an amendment. Because the future land use map is not always perfect, but we strive to be perfect, the best we can. So these are your current conditions and the context of the area. It's always good to look at the plan outline, and so as you go through the plan, we'll look at the vision for future growth and development of the Hope Mills area. We look for the purpose, the process, and key concepts in understanding land use planning. Then we also want to understand Hope Mills and the general area, and that helps guide the land uses development. And then we also looked at Hope Mills directly, which is why we're here with you guys. And then, of course, we have the back pages, which is the appendix, and I always like to refer to the appendix as anything that's relevant to creating the land use plan, but not exactly direct, just more indirect information. So first, we're going to look at the proposed future land use map and the classifications. And so as we're looking at this map for the town of Hope Mills, you're looking at specifically the town of Hope Mills. The first map is the area in all, and then we'll get a little bit more narrow in the process to what applies to the town specifically. So I'll give a moment for you guys to review the proposed future land use map. There is mostly yellow coloring, which is low density residential. And that's typically 15,000 square foot lots or 7,500 square foot lots in terms of density. We like to break down the future land use classifications. Like I mentioned earlier, there's 25,439 acres in the area. We did not call for rural density residential. This does not mean that we're saying no rural density residential. We can always go back a little bit, but we're moving forward in terms of making residential more available to the public. We have suburban density residential. That's 136 acres that we called for. Low density residential, that's 11,185 acres and 44% of the plan area. 21% is medium density residential. It's 5,379 acres. 3% is high density residential, which is 699 acres of the plan area. 17% is commercial. 2% is office and institutional. Typically, we reserve office and institutional for schools, properties that the Board of Education owns specifically. Industrial, 12%, and then 2% is flex area. And flex area, I'm not going to get very deep into it in this presentation, but it's more of an area that allows for flexible zoning that fits the area specifically, rather than in the standard commercial, industrial, residential specifically. Looking at plan area recommendations, we're just going to keep it on the baseline. We look at open space, commercial, residential, industrial categories. Keep in mind that these are land use recommendations, so we're not going to go specifically in high density, low density, medium density residential. They're all kind of grouped together as a whole. Key open space recommendations included preservation incentives, environmental protection, and low impact development. For residential, we want to encourage housing diversity, a growing population, a variety of people with a variety of housing needs. And then we also want to strengthen the neighborhood identity. Hope Mills is a great place to raise a family. Like the mayor said, walkable communities. A lot of placemaking going on here, so we wanted to continue that. And then also in commercial, cluster the commercial development. That way it's not overbearing and spread out. We have centralized areas. Target is a good example coming in. That area is designated as commercial. And then also for industrial, we want to guide the industrial location and locate it in areas that have sufficient infrastructure. And then finally, support the existing industry expansion, which another highlight, Mr. McLaughlin also highlighted with his partnership with Fayetteville EDC. So all good things. We also have community recommendations. We look at community appearance, as in developing corridor and gateway design framework. The town has some awesome ongoing projects like the Gateway Study to bring people into the town of Hope Mills and promote tourism. And I also will say, too, as we create these recommendations, we do look at ongoing projects, so then we're able to align. For transportation, we want to prioritize safety improvements at high conflict locations and align transportation investments with growth areas. That way we can decrease the amount of accidents that occur. We do look at ongoing projects with DOT, so that's another thing that we do. Look at facilities and services. We want to strengthen the public safety coverage and readiness, and then also coordinate utility investments with land use decisions. So we are also able to work with PwC throughout this initiative as well. And the final item is economic vitality. The recommendations align on advanced redevelopment of key commercial corridors and support the downtown area and lake economic activity. And I'll highlight your new chair. So those are all great things I've been able to highlight and make connections throughout this presentation so far. I'm not going to continue to go through the community recommendations just because they're so they can be lengthy. But we also have Parks and Recreation, Cultural and Historic, and Resiliency. So those are just a few examples of the community recommendations. I'll quickly highlight the focus areas. The first focus area is the 295 Frontier. This, we were blessed with the opening of 295 Frontier, I believe back in December, which has been a huge change for the area. I know for me, I was actually going to a gym all the way on across Cliffdale, and I live in Grays Creek, and so that was a big change, being able to commute across the county. So we were able to highlight some parcels along the area that we seem fit and just create a few goals and objectives and development focuses on how we see fit for that area to be able to be developed. Oops. We also looked at the Exit 41 gateway. That's a growing gateway. It has Dirtbag L's, Wawa, which Wawa has opened since we've started this plan. It's a great addition to the area, and we expect for the area to continue to focus on traveler services, highway-oriented commercial uses, and a strong sense of arrival into the town of Hope Mills. We definitely consider that to be another gateway to your town. Cumberland Connections. The Cumberland Connections is a little bit more Cumberland County specific, just because I believe in 2015, 2016, the Board of Commissioners requested that comprehensive plan do a corridor study, which is not very common. We don't have any other corridor studies in the county, but this area is a target area for the county to make sure that commercial is properly developed. And so we didn't have many changes here, but definitely wanted to highlight it and focus on increasing safety and the multimodal connectivity. And then the fourth area is the new town center. The new town center is after you enter the Exit 41 gateway, you enter the town of Hope Mills, and so that includes your historic district, your view by the lake, you come into the municipal park area, and we definitely want to see more community serving, community uses, create a community hub, a lot of reinvestment in the area and adaptive use, and another highlight too, Mr. Mayor, promote pedestrian-oriented design, so those walkable communities. Now on to the town of Hope Mills specifically. At our last steering committee meeting, I believe in April, when we presented the land use plan to the steering committee, it was requested that we definitely highlight the plans that are in motion at the moment. And so that's looking at your strategic plan that you've worked on in the last year, your economic development strategies. Mr. McLaughlin has spearheaded the Economic Development Committee that has a lot of movers and shakers on that committee. And then a congestion management plan and a pedestrian plan. And so we looked at all of those plans and took them into account as we were looking at your town. So the goal of the town of Hope Mills is to preserve and strengthen Hope Mills' small town character while prioritizing safety infrastructure, and the quality of life while guiding deliberate and sustainable growth that serves the community and supports well-managed future development. And so just going a little bit more in depth with the objectives and recommendations, we have enhance public safety and confidence, align growth with capacity, promote balanced development, support local businesses, foster community connection, protect natural resources, ensure safe and reliable water, align growth with capacity, improve mobility, promote balanced development, preserve small-town character, support local businesses, and foster community connection. And our recommendations as a comp planning staff would be to adopt form-based zoning, plan for growth through an expanded influence area, implement complete streets, a zoning ordinance amendment regarding data centers, environmental protection standards, and a safe, vibrant, and distinct community life. And to expand a little bit on that one is looking at to expand parks, public events, arts programming, and beautification efforts. So those will be our recommendations to the town of Hope Mills in order to carry out this land use plan. So looking at the town of Hope Mills, we're going to look at the future land use map only to this area. And you can see, of course, there is low-density residential primarily. There is a suburban density residential neighborhood around 95. That's an established neighborhood, so it doesn't really do much of a difference if we call for something else because the neighborhood's established. And then you can also see on this map the defined commercial activity. So you can see it's all clustered together, which is a really good thing to see because we did call for the goal of that. And this concludes my presentation. Thanks for hanging in there with me. The opportunity to speak. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them, or to the best of my ability at least. And then I also wanted to give Mr. McLaughlin a chance to speak and see if he had any comments.
Thank you, Sarah Grace. I definitely want to take this time to commend the Cumberland County staff. When I arrived in Hope Mills 12 years ago, the Southwest Plan was outdated then. It has been something we've talked about for a significant amount of time, and I have the full version on my desk, and I told Sarah we're going to get an award for the one they did for us. I want you to recall the last case we just looked at, the rezoning for the almshouse. The land use recommendations were tied to the Southwest Plan. Pretty soon, this will be the plan that will guide all rezonings and annexations to be in compliance with this plan. But I want to read some data to you. There were 7 steering committee meetings to get this plan adopted. We started in October. There were 5 public meetings, and so there was a significant amount of input. The steering committee consisted of our elected officials, staff, economic development committee, community members, and Cumberland County staff who actually project managed it. And so I've looked at some of the other plans. This is one of the best I've seen. And so I definitely want to acknowledge Sarah Grace and Hurst and our Cumberland County counterparts. They did a really, really good job bringing this plan. And they actually fast-tracked it for us because I was told it was going to be maybe next year before they can get to us. And so I am glad that they actually came and we're at the finish line with the adoption of this plan pretty soon. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Mitchell.
Sarah Grace,
Yes, sir.
you and your team did an amazing job. It's one of the most comprehensive plans I've ever seen for land use. So thank you so very much, and thank all the citizens that participated, as well as the past former commissioners that sit on the panel as well. We could not have done this without your support and your help. So again, thank you for a job well done.
Thank you very much. And also add that when it comes to the public participation, we did receive 207 community survey responses, which I've only been with Cumberland County for 3 years now, or almost 3 years, and that's the highest responded survey that we have seen.
And Sarah Grace, just for you?
Okay. Sarah Grace, my sincere compliments to you, to Trey, to Joel. This project was completely citizen-driven, along with the partnerships of every stakeholder that had a part into this document. But it started with a vision. It started with a drive, and it started with where you guys wanted to take this and make it an award-winning land use plan. And that's exactly what we have here. An all-star team that put in a very detailed, very easy to read land use plan that's going to guide the future development of this community for years to come, after many of us have long stepped off this board. When we look back at the Southwest Land Use Plan that's in play now, and look what that brought us, this plan builds on that one, but it enhances it with the future growth and development. Look at all the commercial that's coming to Hope Mills, the industrial that plans to come, the residential. In the manager's report tonight, you got to see some of what we call the rooftop neighborhood communities. Why are businesses and residents calling Hope Mills home? Is it because of our culture? Is it because of our character? It's because of who we are as a community? It's all of those things. That's why the success of this plan was citizen-driven, with all the responses, like you said, Sarah Grace, more than any other plan of the citizens that responded and had input into this plan. There's a complete plan back there on that back table if anybody wants to look at the detailed measures of it. Again, I cannot thank you guys enough. Where does it go from here after tonight's action?
Well, first we have to have the public hearing. We'll have to open that and close that. That was my major to-do by my supervisor. But it also goes to the Board of Commissioners with Cumberland County. The agenda session is to be determined, and then following that, it'll go to a regular meeting.
Okay.
But right now, since we also didn't have July meetings, we're kind of waiting to see where our place is in the next few weeks.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. During your presentation, you mentioned a word that's been kind of matriculating a lot of data centers.
Mayor Pro Tem, excuse me, can you?
During your presentation, you mentioned a word a lot that's been matriculating throughout data centers. Can you touch a little bit on that?
I'm going to have to abstain from answering that question because that recommendation was advised by the steering committee to be added.
Okay.
Is there anyone from the steering committee that can answer that? Or give a little bit of information to the citizens about data centers?
I'll go back to you, Chancellor.
Thank you, Mayor. So part of the steering committee conversation, I actually had this conversation at our Economic Development Committee meeting as well. As you can, I think everybody's aware, there's a very extensive conversation around the community about data centers. If you look in the area where we designated a lot of the industrial areas along 295, that's vacant land. And so ultimately, pretty soon, you'll probably start seeing some traction through our planning department for us to possibly adopt our own moratorium to start pulling some information. We actually are tracking a lot of the actual information and the public sessions that are being done countywide and City of Fayetteville. A lot of times you do pull from additional municipalities to see what they're doing. Fayetteville has a UDO that they're exploring language in. The county does too. So we have some information we're pulling, and you'll start seeing some efforts here in Hope Mills to start putting some things in place to make sure that our citizens are covered as well.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, that is a very hot topic right now in our community. And there's pros and cons to both. There are people that support data centers, there are some that don't. But I have my own personal thoughts about data centers, and I know the city's involved, and in fact, they were just last week, I think, some members were in Virginia and in Loudon looking at data centers. Sarah Grace?
Yes, sir. I did want to add to keep in mind that this is a recommendation for an action and not an action itself. This is also the Town of Hope Mills' section. So as a board, if you see that it's not fit to be a recommendation for your land use plan, it can also be removed.
Correct. It will be a subject of discussion eventually, as every community is cycling through the issue about data centers.
Mr. Mayor, one more.
Commissioner Mitchell?
Motion up on public hearing.
Second? I have a motion and a second to open public hearing. All in favor? Seeing none opposed, public hearing is now open. Is there anyone here that would like to speak in support of the Hope Mills area land use plan? Is there anyone here that would like to speak in support of the Hope Mills area land use plan? Seeing none. Is there anyone here that would like to speak in opposition to the Hope Mills area land use plan? Is there anyone here that would like to speak in opposition of the Hope Mills area land use plan? Seeing none.
Motion to close public hearing.
Second? All in favor? Seeing none opposed, public hearing is now closed. Do I have an action?
Mayor, what does the recommended action need to be? Just to approve the plan as presented?
The corresponding resolution is actually under consent.
Okay.
So it's covered under there.
So we don't have to do anything right now?
Nothing else that we need to do?
Yeah.
Okay.
You just needed to have the public hearing right now, but the resolution for the land use plan is on consent.
All right, that's good stuff.
Yep, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I just wanted to verify for discussion on mentioning the word data center, just to ensure that upon approval of this is not approving the recommended plan of the data center.
Right. That's true. That's correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Sarah Grace, did you want to add to that? What the comment from Mayor Pro Tem?
Mayor Pro Tem, this is a recommendation, so the steps in order to move in the direction I'm interpreting from you is that the town would have to work on a text amendment to your ordinance in order to take action among the topics of data centers. So this is just a recommendation for the town to continue the conversation of what the concept of data centers looks like to you as a town. And like I said, if there's uncomfortableness amongst the board, this recommendation can be removed from your section. Comprehensive plan can remove it, and you can accept the rest of the plan as is.
Okay. Well, when we get to the consent agenda, because that's where it's parked, if you want to move it, Mayor Pro Tem, we can move it off the consent agenda under new business. And we can further discuss and discuss.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not in disagreement with the future land use plan, as you know, my previous years in planning, so I'm 100% familiar with what's being presented. I just have a concern with the recommendation of that being mentioned into said land use plan if we were to agree to approve it. Because at that particular juncture, I would feel like it's already approved, so now we're moving forward with an action, unless somebody can rebut that and give me a little bit more definitive answer as to what we would actually be approving. If we're approving the setup of this Hope Mills area land use plan, as has been updated from the Southwest land use plan, which I'm 100% familiar with, I would not have any disagreement with that. However, what my area of contention is the verbiage of data centers.
Good.
Sorry, Grace.
Is one thing to think about as you move forward is there a more appropriate verbiage that you would like to see in that headline? Think about this section as like an a la carte. You can change it however you would like, of course, with the board entire approval, but you can change the verbiage, you can remove it as whole, or you can keep it. It's simply up to you guys.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
And the county has 2 meetings coming up, I think, is it this week? One is at J.D. Pone, and the other one's at Stedman to talk about data centers. And I really think that we all need to get out there and try to attend those meetings and get better educated. At the same time, before a data center can be built in Hope Mills, we will have to come back and discuss it in detail to make sure we have put a moratorium in place to control and prevent if that's a necessary requirement. So we have that control device already in place because we make that decision.
Okay. Any other discussion before we move on to public comments? None? Sorry, Grace, we thank you.
Of course. Thank you.
But you'll hang around for the action piece.
Yes, sir. If there are
Okay.
any questions that I can help.
And we'll bring this back up again here very shortly. Public comments. Did everybody here in the audience get a chance to sign up for public comments? Want to make sure, because I only have 2 that's on here. I don't have to go over the rules. You know, you got 3 minutes. So the first one is Joanne Scarola.
Huh? Well, it's canceled until September, and let's see what the weather is for September. Joanne Scrolla, 5429 Archer Road, Hope Mills. Yes. So my random thing for the sign-in sheet was budget. Now, because I understand how the closed session thing works, but however, because I am a big part of veteran community and people talk, so I figure I'd bring it up in this forum to give transparency for people who don't know about it. So, this is really loud and echoing. So Richard Zaveski, CPA's office. Through the American Legion, I heard that the town had potentially purchased that property because the American Legion and VFW members, we had to get some of our stuff out of his old office. So I understand you guys can't confirm or deny because it's still, sealed, but that is what has been told to us because, veterans talk. And, Richard Zaveski, he was a big, part of the American Legion when I was still in the military here, so you know that, Mayor. But that's my question is, if the town did purchase it, from what me and some others had discussed at the Legion was, the tax value of that property was about $100,000, give or take. I mean, we know it wasn't in greatest shape, but I digress. So we had the $30,000 spent for an investigation. Now there's potentially $100,000 that the town potentially had spent for this property. Just question about where does this money come from? I mean, again, you guys can't confirm or deny, so I get it, but just something for maybe other people to think about. If the town did purchase it, where's this money coming from? And I understand, the location, what its purposes may be used for and stuff like that, but still, I think it's something that could have been held off for future times, but that's all I got.
Okay, thank you. Next, Mr. Phil Harris. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Phil Harris. I'm the Executive Director of the American Red Cross in our area. I want to give you an update on all things Red Cross. We've been in the community since 1917, and no, I wasn't the Executive Director back then, but I have been for the last 13 years, and we touch a lot of people in this community. A lot of people know us, and we are in hurricane season, And we definitely had Hurricanes Matthew and Florence. We've all worked together. Our biggest disaster is a single-family home fire. We've had 178 families in Cumberland County that had that last year. And thank goodness the fire departments call us out because we can help those families get them in some housing. And we know we've had some fire fatalities, and we want to install smoke alarms. We're working with local fire departments. And then we have 2 offices on Fort Bragg. So we are in Womack Hospital. We deploy with the service members. We're supporting them as they deploy. And we're fortunate to get our staff member back home from Kuwait before all this has started. But we're still supporting those members. We teach CPR, life-saving, AED, so we're doing that. What I want to talk to you about this evening is we have a national crisis for blood. And I use the word crisis. It's only the second time in our 145 years of the Red Cross that we've used that. It's a nationwide crisis. You know, the summer and people are traveling. You've got the lettuce outbreak of fires in the northwest. All those impact the blood supply. So we're talking about the crisis, and then Hope Mills and the police department. Shout out to the police department. We've opened up the rec centers. We have a drive there on Thursday. So we're encouraging people to come out. If you have a VFW or a church fellowship hall, invite us out. We want to share that information, so we need your help. Blood's the only way you can get is roll up your sleeves, and we count on the community to do that. So just got these flyers. I left some in the back, but call us, and we'd love to come out and talk to you.
I thank you very much for everything that you guys do for our community.
Mr. Mayor. Yep. Do we have the blood drive posted on the marquee yet?
Nowhere. That's the first I've heard of it.
No, but I can have it posted tomorrow morning.
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah.
Too easy.
It's Thursday. I hope the weather will be favorable. Okay, that's it for public comments. Consent agenda, that's under item number 6.
Mayor, I got a question on that.
Okay.
So going back to what the Mayor Pro Tem was asking under item I, the approval resolution for the Hope Mills area land use plan, are we approving that with the removal of the data center language at this time?
We're going to move it off the consent agenda if the board approves moving it.
I'm not saying move it off, I'm just saying approve it with the deletion of the data center language at this time, and then once we address it, like she said in our ordinance, we can do an amendment to that and add that language or whatever we wanted to do. But are we going to just remove it when we approve it?
Ashley?
So the language was provided by the county, so I would defer to Sarah Grace to see if that's how they envision this.
Let me ask this, Sarah Grace, come on up. The question I have is, under the consent agenda, is it the board's desire to move item I to new business to allow this further discussion? Yeah, and then we can approve the rest of the consent agenda as presented. So which ones? You're going to remove some of them, right? Okay.
So I didn't sign that one. June 15th, and I didn't sign June 22nd. I signed all those.
Okay.
I just need language added.
Okay. All right, so we're going to remove these.
Yes. June 22nd and June 15th.
No, it is. Okay, let me get this, so under the consent agenda, on item A, we're going to remove closed session June 15th and closed session June 22nd. Actually, we're going to remove those two
Question is why we remove them.
because the Mayor Pro Tem would like to have additional language added.
Those aren't on the consent for closed session.
See,
Oh,
Yeah. Well, yeah, those are special meeting minutes, but those are not closed sessions.
No.
So I guess,
yes, a special meeting.
Okay.
So we're moving special meeting June 15th and June 22nd.
but I'm a bit confused here.
Well,
Because here's a question. If she was, now you want to, because she was not there for the meeting, correct? You was not there.
Oh, no, I was there.
All right, I'm confused now.
I think there's additional language that the Mayor Pro Tem would like to see included in these minutes, so that's why we're removing them. So the rest of item A is okay with just removing those two? And then we're going to move item I, approval of resolution R 2026-017, Hope Mills Land Use Plan under tab 11. We'll move that to new business. The rest of the consent agenda, we'll approve as is. Do I have a motion? To approve the consent agenda without item A, June 15th and June 22nd, special meeting minutes, and moving item I to new business. That's the motion I need.
Mayor, I make a motion that we have approved the consent agenda with the removal of June 15th special meeting minutes and June 22nd meeting minutes, and move item letter I to new business.
Second.
Second.
Okay, motion. Have a motion, have a second. Without any further discussion, all in favor? Seeing none opposed? Okay, consent agenda is approved with those changes. And actually, I have the minutes here for you, and I'll return them back.
are we talking about the ones that were in the red folder?
I'll just give them back to you.
Okay.
Okay, so that'll be the end of the consent agenda. We move on to item 7, discussion, censure hearing, no attachments. Who's got it? Commissioner Tremmel? Commissioner Tremmel has it. I think there's a folder for each of you. I think there's a folder here. That's regarding the censure hearing, okay. I think this is it. All right. Commissioner Tremmel?
I would like to make a motion that the board officially censure Commissioner Mitchell for conduct in violation of the board's adopted ethics policy. I will read the substance of the resolution that I would like the board to adopt. Resolution to censure Gurley Mitchell. It's R 2026-019. Whereas the town of Hope Mills has adopted a code of ethics governing the conduct of members of the Board of Commissioners, and whereas the preamble to the Code of Conduct states, as public officials, we are charged with upholding the trust of the citizens of Hope Mills. And whereas Section 2 of the Code of Conduct states that board members should act with integrity, adhering firmly to a code of sound values, including the following: behaving consistently and with respect toward everyone with whom they interact, treating other board members and the public with respect, showing respect for their offices and not behaving in ways that reflect on those offices. Whereas Section 4 of the Code of Conduct states that board members should act as especially responsible citizens on whom others can trust and respect. They should set a good example for others in the community. And whereas the oath of office for a commissioner states, we will faithfully discharge the duties of the office. And whereas on June 22nd, 2026, Commissioner Grilly Mitchell abruptly exited an ongoing closed session prior to its official adjournment, and whereas upon re-entering the public boardroom to depart the premises, Commissioner Mitchell pointed directly at a member of the gallery and loudly accused them of being the catalyst for a consensus taken during the closed session. And whereas during this public outburst, Commissioner Mitchell improperly disclosed confidential matters discussed within the closed session in direct violation of statutory confidentiality requirements and the Commissioner's Code of Ethics. Now therefore be it resolved that the Town of Hope Mills Board of Commissioners hereby officially censures Commissioner Grilly Mitchell for disruptive conduct, breach of public decorum, trust and respect, and unauthorized disclosure of confidential personnel information. The Board of Commissioners reaffirms its commitment to its Code of Conduct, or Code of Ethics, adopted for the Board, and discourages board members from engaging in conduct contrary to that code. And if adopted, it will be this third day of August 2026 by the Board of Commissioners for the Town of Hope Mills. At this time, I would like to make a motion that the Hope Mills Board of Commissioners adopt this resolution of censure, and I would welcome any further comments or discussion.
Okay, we have a motion, a resolution for censure of Commissioner Grilly Mitchell. That's R 2026-019. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Now let's get into discussion. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm not opposed to the censure. I'm opposed to one paragraph. And the only paragraph that I am opposed to is the whereas during public outburst, Commissioner Mitchell improperly disclosed confidential matters discussed within the board, within the closed session, in direct violation of statutory confidential requirements and the Commissioner's Code of Ethics. I did not hear this. Did anyone speak out about this? Did anyone come in and speak out about that? As far as everything else, and whereas upon re-entering the public boardroom to depart the premises, Commissioner Mitchell pointed directly at a member of the gallery and loudly accused them of being the catalyst for a consensus taking during the closed session. So I'm not opposed to the censure, just those two, because I didn't witness it. I didn't see anything else about it. And if we're going to do that, from my recollection, this was heard. So for me, that's hearsay, because I didn't see it. And if the board members were in the back, they didn't see it. They were told. So if there's no evidence of anyone actually hearing it from the board or anyone actually seeing it from the board and it not being provided by someone, then my recommendation would be we can approve the censure with the removal of those two.
Can you
Tremmel?
clarify that for us, Katie, of what she's asking? We got this information because we had an email that was sent to the entire board giving the information about what had happened out here while we're in closed session. So would you clarify it for us?
It's a question about whether you find the email and the information provided to be credible or not.
Mr. Mayor, it's not credible because I did not say nothing of that nature to disclose any information from closed session. And I'll call them a lie right in front of their face.
Commissioner Tremmel, would you like to continue with the email? I'm trying to remember what the email actually said and who it was from.
Meg Larson.
Okay, I'm just trying to remember because I don't have a copy of it here in front.
There were other people in the boardroom if we want to hear from them. If they feel like speaking up or not, it doesn't matter, but.
Yes. And tell exactly what I said.
Is there someone here that heard this? Because the board was in closed session. I didn't hear it Mayor Pro Tem didn't hear it. Commissioner Trimmel didn't hear it, and Commissioner Hamilton didn't hear it. And there is a copy, and it's on social media, of Commissioner Mitchell and Commissioner Marley coming out from closed session, going out that door. But the volume was silent. So, and I went back to find this copy on social media. Now, was there something said? Yes. There was something said, but there was no volume there. So then it comes back down to the credibility of the email that was sent by a citizen who was in attendance and had heard some statements made by both Commissioner Mitchell and Commissioner Marley. So I think our town attorney, Katie, is correct. This piece comes down to how credible is the email with just those sections. Is there anybody in the audience that heard it that would like to share that?
Go ahead, please.
I mean, is there anybody that wants to share it? I mean, I didn't hear it. I didn't. I mean, did the rest of the events on this censure occur? Yes. But I would like to say something, that the behavior of this board, of any board, if we're going to use censures to call into question the board's behavior, then we really need to check ourselves. Because a censure can happen to anybody about behavior. I know that sometimes we disagree, we have contentious conversations. And I'm saying this not only in open session, I will also extend this to any conversation that occurs in closed session. That a censure can happen from both, regardless of where it is. I know I have talked at length about civility. At length. We can agree to disagree with each other. But we do that professionally. And we do that as a board. So here we are with a resolution of censure for 2 commissioners. The second one will be read shortly. And we've got a couple paragraphs in there that really does question what was actually said. I wish that it was on, that the voice was there. I don't know. And the person that made the email is not even here. That sent the email is not even here. Is there anybody in the audience, one more time, is there anybody here that actually heard this being said? Come to the mic. Had to be somebody had to be here.
Yes.
For transparency, I'm going to do it, and it's the right thing to do, okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Both Mr. Grilly and Mr. Marley came from the back room. Mr. Marley came first, come out, he sat down here, and then Mr. Grilly followed and come out and sat down here. One of the 2 of them said, "I'm going home." To be honest with you, I don't know which one of them it was. Got up and they walked. Miss Larson was sitting over here, and I'm not sticking up for her because her and I don't even communicate, okay? I don't remember if it was Mr. Marley or Mr. Grilly, but one of them pointed. She was sitting over here, and they said, "Thanks to you, this is happening."
Okay.
All right. Let me tell you what I said.
Okay.
I said, you called me the N-word.
I never heard that.
That's what I said.
I never heard that.
That's what I said. I know exactly what I said. Exactly
I
what
never
said.
heard that, and then I never heard her call you the N-word.
No. It was based on something else she did.
Oh, Oh,
No,
well,
not there.
I never heard that.
All right.
I never heard that.
Good.
But that's what I heard. And there's other people sitting here that heard the same thing, but nobody wants to get up and speak because
Well,
of repercussions. But I'm telling it like I heard. I'm sorry.
no, you
I
go-
just,
don't be-
it's just,
No.
you know, I feel like it's the right thing to do.
no. I mean, present it as you perceive it. Perception.
I'm the police foundation. I need to be transparent.
Good deal.
Okay.
Go right ahead.
Mayor, I have the email if you want me to read what she said.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Debbie.
Yes, please, yeah.
Okay,
please,
she
yeah,
said,
I don't have the email.
I have it in front of me. It says, during last night's meeting, Commissioner Brian Marley and Commissioner Grilly Mitchell came out of your closed session. She addressed it to the whole board, loudly announcing what took place in closed session, pointing their fingers at me and saying that everyone could thank me for the decision, the 3-2 vote that determined town manager Chancellor McLaughlin's fate. I have known the town, and then she goes on and on about her and the town managers. So that's what she said happened. That's all she said.
Yeah, that's all we needed to hear was just what happened, not the
Right.
rest of it.
Yeah, I'm not going to write the rest.
Okay. Any other discussion about the resolution for censure for Commissioner Grilly Mitchell under R 2026-019? Do I have a motion? Oh, that's right, I already have it. Sorry, I was in discussion. Commissioner Grilly Mitchell, you know you cannot vote on your own resolution.
I don't even care.
Okay, all in favor? It's 4-0? No, I said all in favor. You vote against. 1, 2, 3. The vote will go 3-1. Commissioner Trummell, continue.
I would like to make a motion that the Board of Commissioners officially censure Commissioner Brian Marley for conduct in violation of the board's adopted ethics policy. I will read the substance of the resolution I would like the board to adopt. Resolution of censure for Brian Marley, R 2026-020. Whereas the town of Hope Mills has adopted a code of ethics governing the conduct of the members of Board of Commissioners, and whereas the preamble to the code of conduct states, as public officials, we are charged with upholding the trust of the citizens of Hope Mills, and whereas Section 2 of the code of conduct states that board members should act with integrity, adhering firmly to a code of sound values, including the following: behaving consistently and with respect toward everyone with whom they interact, treating other board members and the public with respect, showing respect for their offices and not behaving in ways that reflect on those offices. And whereas Section 4 of the Code of Conduct states that board members should act as especially responsible citizens on whom others can trust and respect. They should set a good example for others in the community. And whereas the oath of office for a commissioner states, we will faithfully discharge the duties of the office. And whereas in violation of the above-mentioned codes, on June 8th, 2026, Commissioner Brian Marley engaged in disruptive behavior during a debate by interrupting a fellow commissioner. Furthermore, Commissioner Marley addressed a member of the public in an unprofessional and discourteous manner. And whereas on June 22nd, 2026, Commissioner Marley abruptly exited an ongoing closed session prior to its official adjournment. And whereas upon re-entering the public boardroom to depart the premises, Commissioner Marley pointed directly at a member of the gallery and loudly accused them of being the catalyst for a consensus taken during the closed session. And whereas during this public outburst, Commissioner Marley improperly disclosed confidential matters discussed within the closed session in direct violation of statutory confidentiality requirements and the Commissioner's Code of Ethics. Now therefore be it resolved that the Town of Hope Mills Board of Commissioners hereby officially censures Commissioner Brian Marley for disruptive conduct, breach of public decorum, trust and respect, and unauthorized disclosure of confidential personnel information. The Board of Commissioners reaffirms its commitment to the Code of Ethics adopted for the board and discourages board members from engaging in conduct contrary to that code. And if adopted, it will be the third day of August 2026 by the Board of Commissioners for the Town of Hope Mills. At this time, I would like to make a motion that the Hope Mills Board of Commissioners adopt this resolution of censure, and I would welcome any further comments or discussion.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion. I have a second. Any discussion about this resolution of censure for Commissioner Brian Marley, R 2026-020?
Same discussion, Mayor, with the exception of the June 8th. Same comment, with the exception of the June 8th. And if I can, just make again another statement, both of them exiting the boardroom, the citizen that spoke up just a few minutes ago, they really said that she couldn't determine who, which, from where, or said what. The only person that she mentioned that was pointing at the citizen in the audience was Commissioner Mitchell. She did not say that Commissioner Marley was pointing at anybody in the audience. So unless I didn't hear it correctly, but to my understanding, she said it was just Commissioner Mitchell. She did not say Commissioner Marley. I'm not inclined to agree with the paragraph that reads, whereas in violation of the June 8th. I'm not inclined to agree with that one. And again, just to piggyback what you said, censures can happen in closed session as well as in public. There's a lot of spiciness, and I'm just going to say it. There's a lot of attitude and spiciness that goes on in that closed session. And if we can come out and censure all of us and check ourselves, then that's what we should do. We all need a censure.
Any other discussion? Commissioner Marley, you know you cannot vote on the resolution. I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Are we? Let me go back. Do you want to remove?
I would like to.
Let me go back before I call the vote. I just want to make sure, because Mayor Pro Tem wants something removed. Did you want also that removed out of? You didn't want that removed out of Commissioner Mitchell's.
There's no reference of June 8th in Commissioner Mitchell's. It's only referencing June 22nd when they both left the boardroom when no one else was out here.
Okay, so what part do you want removed?
From Commissioner Marley's, the June 8th, I'm not understanding that one, and I would like to,
Okay.
And as far as the pointing, the citizen in the audience specifically spoke to, it was Commissioner Mitchell, not Commissioner Marley. So whereas upon re-entering the public boardroom to depart the premises, Commissioner Marley pointed directly at a member of the gallery and loudly accused him of being the catalyst for a consensus that taken during the closed session. And whereas during the public outburst, Commissioner Marley improperly disclosed confidential matters discussed within the closed session in direct violation of statutory confidentiality requirements and the Commissioner's Code of Ethics. Those two and number 8, based on the information that was provided from the citizen.
Mayor,
Commissioner Hamilton.
on the video, the second video, the first one was cut that didn't show anything. The second one actually showed both Commissioner Marley and Commissioner Mitchell walking past here, both of them pointing. Of course, there was no sound, but he did point according to what I saw on the video. And it's still out there.
Do I have a motion to approve the resolution of censure for Commissioner Brian Marley, removing the language of June 8th? No motion? Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the resolution of censure for Commissioner Brian Marley, R 2026-020? We have a motion, we have a second, so I'm just going to call for the vote. All in favor of this resolution? 1, 2. Commissioner Marley cannot vote. Commissioner Mitchell?
I oppose.
Oppose. You oppose?
I oppose with language of those two paragraphs are not being removed.
I would like to have that paragraph removed, but I'm in support of the rest of it.
I am as well, and the only reason, and I'm in support of it as well. However, the only reason I'm asking that those two be removed is due to the information that was presented in person to the board tonight. As it was indicated that there's a video and videos are cut. So I would rather take what a citizen is standing there saying that's chosen to speak up as regarding what transpired in their recollection as opposed to cut videos. So that is the reason why I'm not inclined to agree with the reprimand. However, I am inclined to agree with the portions that I said earlier, which were that the beginning of Commissioner Trammell's portion of the not reprimand, my apologies, I put what censure meant, of the censure for Commissioner Marley. That is why I'm not in favor.
Mayor, didn't you just call for a vote and it's 2-2? And we need to,
I'm going to finish it up.
okay.
Could I make a comment on June 8th? That was about the behavior during a debate by interrupting a fellow commissioner. We were all here for that one. And I think everybody here on this board saw that.
You know, I'm going to end this. I don't like to see censures about our behavior. I don't. Not at all. But I don't see approving one and not approving the other. So I will vote in the affirmative on this one to include both of them, even though I have concerns about the language. But I also agree that it'll be 3-2, actually. So I also agree with Mayor Pro Tem that censures can come from any of us. That let's take this and police ourselves. We shouldn't be up here. We have too much business to do. We have so many priorities in this town that we need to concentrate and put our energies on. And we shouldn't be censuring each other. This is August. We've been together 9 months. 9 months. Item B, Homelessness Committee, storage location, no attachments. I don't know who has it.
I have that one, but Miss Connie Parker, we'll kind of do that one together. Is Mr. Scott here? I don't think he's here. Okay. I can start it, I guess. The issue came up about storage for the Homelessness Committee. We have room, it was moved from back here to room 116. I was let in there by Steve from Public Works, and it is packed to the brim. You can't, there's nothing else you can get in that room, period. We can't even have a food drive, for food collection to store anything in there because we can't get in. Miss Parker told me that she had asked to inventory everything in that room. And it's almost impossible to do that because of the amount of food and things that are Amazon boxes. There's tents, there's things that were dropped off in front of the building, and there's a lot of items that are in that room. We just don't have the room to do it. So we really can't plan any events or anything until we can have a place to store our goods. I'll let you go ahead and talk about what you know. Jessica, do you have something on that one or not? On what? The storage room for the homeless?
Refresh me real quick.
We talked about that a little bit, or do you?
The storage room?
Yeah, the storage for the homeless. I think you had mentioned something. Okay. I'll let you guys, Connie, do you want to go first, and then Jessica?
Yeah, good evening, members of the committee and guests. Thank you for being here today. As the co-chair of the Homeless Committee, I want to address the issues directly impact the ability to serve the homeless population in this community. We have received a lot of donations and supplies from churches, organizations, outreach, and orders that we did with our budget that we had to spend by a certain time. Previously, we was engaged in discussing with Ms. Roy about securing a building for storage. Unfortunately, with her recent resignation, we find ourselves without necessary information regarding the facility. This uncertainty creates a challenge in our mission. We have been offered Connex, which presents a valuable opportunity for us. However, I want to discuss the importance of the location for this Connex. We were verbally promised a green space near the other two Connex, allowing us easy access whenever we need it, day, even, or holidays. Placing the Connex at the VFW, which was suggested site, would complicate our operation. And why I said it complicated, because we already had put a plan forward. We hadn't did anything last year with any of the money. We basically was doing it ourselves. So it breaks my heart when we didn't get the building and we have all these supplies. The homeless is suffering. You know, we have a room full of stuff that I can't access to. I could, but I don't want to, because I'll just make a mess opening boxes with nowhere to put them at. We had planned to do, we got tents, we have wagons and different things to haul our stuff to an area here by the recreation department, where we would set up our tent to do our food drives and do our donations and stuff like that. That was in our plan. And that's why we wanted the Connex, or a building on the area, on the green space, so we could use our wagon to go get the tables, the chairs, and everything to set up, to give out the clothes, because where are we giving this stuff out? Me and Ms. Roy had did food drives right there in front of the rec center with our tents and stuff. But we took our stuff out of the building with our wagons and stuff. But if it's at the VFW, I'm gonna need a truck to get the tables, the tents, the chairs, and all the clothes. Then I'm gonna need a truck to take it back. That's inconveniencing me. I'm giving all my time, but for me to have to go rent a truck that I don't have to haul all that stuff and bring back, it's not feasible to me. Which, if we had a green space, which there is Connexes already on the green area that we looked at, and there's no permit for them Connexes on the green area, so we shouldn't have to get a permit to put one. I'm just asking y'all to help me help the homeless. We have a sign out there on the field, and I just want to read what that sign says. On that sign, it says, "You're not alone." It says, "We are here to help." All this committee has been doing is arguing about helping and about a Connex. We have I walked there and took pictures of everything around here. We have 2 dog parks. Small dogs, big dogs. You tell me you're going to give a space for the dogs, but you won't give a space for me to put a Connex to hand out the stuff that we have stored for the homeless, to feed the homeless? I can't have a green space or put up a tent. I can't walk and use the wagon to drag it to the green space to hand out supplies. I'm going to have to go to the VFW or invade. They got laws, and now I'm going to invade private property to give out stuff. I just need to know what I need to do. I mean, I'm heartbroken of all the stuff that's going on in this community. I've been here 17 years, and I am so heartbroken over everything that's going on here, from the manager to these 2 gentlemen. It was all unnecessary. Tempers flying, people just saying things out of, not even thinking, just saying things because you're mad. And nothing helped the community. Nothing resolved. Just more problems and more people getting angry. We need to turn from our wicked ways and let this land be healed. Let's heal Hope Mills. Let's do something. Let's forgive one another. Why we always got to try to tear everybody down? Why we don't want to help one another and lift them up? And what you having problems with, why you can't sit down and talk about it, argue about it, and get mad because someone says some things out of angry? Couldn't you just talk about it? Why you have all these secret meetings to talk when you should talk to one another first? If you talk to one another first, then you wouldn't have to have all these secret meetings. It's just heartbreaking. This here today was heartbreaking. I don't even like coming to the meetings And none of my residents or none of the people I talk want to come because everybody's heartbreaking. They want y'all to work together and pull together. You don't got to like everything everyone say, but show respect. Show respect. When you see them on the street, pull them to the side and say something. I mean, I'm just heartbroken. But I'm more heartbroken about the homeless because they have suffered these last 3 months. We've been arguing about this Connex or a building. But I walked around and they about 10 buildings on green spaces out here. Don't know what's in them. I just want one little space to put a Connex that's going to be given to us for free so I can access all the supplies that we have to pass out to the homeless where I can just go in the Connex and get the tent and all the supplies. We don't have about 3 members and set it up. I've been doing most of everything by myself. Can I please get some help for the homeless? Do anybody got a heart in here? Do anybody care?
Connie, let me ask you this. You don't have the Connex yet.
No, I was promised the Connex, but I have to have a space to accept the Connex.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
But so what you're looking for is you're looking for a space that's right here close to town hall and the Parks and Rec for you to put a Connex.
Well, we have 2 Connex already on a green space here. You can put it right beside those 2.
Okay, so that's what you're looking for.
Yes,
I can
sir.
understand, now I kind of understand what you're doing because you're going to operate here in the park. Okay, so if you were to to ask the VFW to put a Connex there, you're right. You'd have to have a truck to haul everything here to set up and then take it all down and take it back. I got that.
Yes, sir.
But you would also have to do the very same thing if you wanted to put it on the Greenway. You'd also have to have a truck to do that as well, right?
No, sir. We got wagons that we bought that like you go to the beach or go in where they big wagons, you can haul everything in those wagons. We can tote the tables, but the clothes and the items, we put them in the wagons. That's why she got 2 wagons. I mean, we already have done this, sir.
Okay.
What I'm talking about was already been doing when Ms. Roy was here. We already had a food drive and stuff. We had that little office right here in the back, and the stuff was stored there. That's why she had the tent and those wagons at her house that she dropped off there, because that's what we was using. We was told we was going to be able to when Ms. Roy was here. I'm just asking for the verbal agreement that was said when she was here, that we still keep it.
Mr. Mayor,
Okay, Commissioner Mitchell.
what's the location of the 2 Connexes at now?
I think I have a picture of them. They're out there in a greenway with a fenced-in area.
Greenway.
Yeah, the fenced-in
On
area.
the golf course.
Golf course,
Yeah.
okay.
There's 2 of them there. I think one is like a reddish and one is like a greenish color. There's 2 of them sitting as you pull in to the upper parking lot and just go straight the fenced-in area. They're right along the fence line.
Now, the question is they security fenced in?
Yes.
Because the reason why I asked that question, because remember a few years ago, we had somebody break in and stole some
Yeah,
items, that's why.
there's a gate that's locked. And the thing about the homeless committee is unique because they don't, like some of the other committees with their decorations out on holidays and things. The homeless committee, they're out, these ladies and gentlemen are out there almost every day feeding these people. They really are. And we need access to that area during the day, during the weekends, during holidays, and the town hall is not open, so we can't access the room that the things are currently stored in. So we need to be able to access it at any time. During the snowstorms, y'all were out there. So we need to be able to access that without having to get into town hall that's closed.
The fence lock won't be a problem? Just the fence?
I don't think that's I think we could probably get a key to that lock.
Who controls that fence? Don, do y'all still control that area? Parks and Rec
Okay.
control it.
We can probably get the key to that area, yeah. But that's perfect area out there for us.
But Connie, I come back again. I'm not opposed at all. I'm just looking for the right solution.
Yes, sir.
I think the right location here. But I'm gonna come back again that so if you want to put it at the golf course behind that fence, you're still gonna use wagons. So are you gonna move wagons down Golfview Road?
Well, if you give me that area, then we would set up everything out there. I'd rather be over here, and I'd rather have a little space over there by the dog area where I see some buildings, but I don't know whose space that is, or somewhere near here. But if I can't have somewhere around the recreation center, then I would take where the two Connex is. But I'd rather have it there. I had planned signs to put out at the road to point food drive. We already have a box at the rec center where we get supplies, a donation box. So that's why I wanted to be somewhere there. And and all the people that's walking and that could see the signs and come by and drop off things. We have a lot of traffic around here because of the beehive and things. So it would be nice. I've seen other buildings here. I don't know. I mean, I walked around and I've seen a lot of other buildings by the dog park. So I don't know who buildings they is or what space that is, but it would be nice if I could be over there with a Connex.
Well, Connie, do you have access to the room here?
No, sir. Someone else has a key to the room from the Park and Recreation
I think Public
Center.
Works has a key to that.
And it's too packed for me to go in there and do inventory. It's just like if you open something brand new, a box. It's got all the foam and everything. When I take all that out, what I don't have no space to inventory or put it together. And it's something that our team need to do. I need my team. It's nothing that I want to do by myself in inventory. When I do something, I like a team. So you watching me, I'm watching you. We writing it down together. What you don't see, I see. What you check out, then I got a list here, and then divide it up. But we don't have no room to do it in there. I appreciate the little storage, but I got a garage full of stuff. I got 6 storage bags of donations of clothes and stuff from churches and different organizations that I'm storing at my house right now.
Connie, would you support me could we revisit this when you get the Connex?
Where I'm gonna put it at?
I still think,
Where I'm put it at my house?
Commissioner Marl, you got a question?
Kind of had, so you're the chairperson, ma'am?
I am the co-chair. Yeah,
Co-chair.
the chair resigned.
So you say you got a Connex that somebody's going to donate?
Yes, sir.
So I don't know how the rest of the board is, but I'll put it in the form of a motion, and direct is a big word, but ask that the manager and Don work with the homeless advisory committee, or the homeless committee, to find somewhere in this town a piece of property that we own that you can access, and go ahead and get this done. And if you can get a Connex donated.
Yes, sir.
I support that motion.
I mean, it's easy. We can move, we can do it. And
We need a good location, though, so they don't have to haul that stuff.
But that's what I'm saying, have the committee work with Chancellor and Don.
The what?
Have the committee work with Chancellor and Don, because Don's over the town buildings and the property and everything. That's his department. Let him work with them to identify a spot, and if you can get one donated, put it on there, and let's rock.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so I got a motion, I got a second, and now I'm coming back to discussion, Mayor Pro Tem.
I have a question. Thank you. You said you already have 2 out on the green space. Are those full?
Excuse me?
You said you already have 2 out there. Are they full?
2 out where?
You said you have 2
No, I said there's 2 Connex already on the green space, somebody else on it.
So they belong to Park and Rec. So,
Yes.
or they belong to someone else. You don't know who they.
I don't know
belong
who
to
they
Parks and
belong to. We were just looking at spaces to put it at, and Ms. Roy had dealt with that, which she didn't leave all the information of who she dealt with or who owned it or whatever, but we know that it's the town's 2 Connex out there, and they didn't have a permit or anything to put them there.
All right, so any further discussion, because I think we got a motion, we got a second.
I think Jessica wants to come up. Mayor Jessica wants to speak.
Yes.
Ms. Connie, first of all, it's very nice to meet you. I've heard nothing but great things about you. And I absolutely agree with everything that she said. Jessica Morgan, I don't think I need an introduction here. Hi. So I'm just going to lay it out right here for the transparency that this entire community wants and asks for. You want to come for me, slander, defamation of character, please, by all means, because the black and white, doesn't lie, nor do recorded phone conversations by said chair, Deanna Deja Royal, who has also very freely spoken that the town manager, Chancellor McLaughlin, made her all these promises.
I gotta pull it back. Jessica, I gotta pull you back here.
Okay, well, sorry, but I'm just letting you know. This is what's going on. And that's where the miscommunication is. There's a common denominator.
All right, so, thank you. All in favor? All in favor? There we go. All right, unanimous. Connie, you got it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Connie. Thank you, Jessica.
Now
Thanks,
you
Lynn.
got
it.
Appreciate it. I appreciate you, Connie.
Board, can I get some clarification?
Yes, all the other committees do come in and ask for storage as well, especially the Historic Preservation Commission. Being
That-
on that commission for a very long time, they have stuff stored in their homes, they have stuff stored in the chapel, so it would be very nice for all the other committees to come forward and ask for space as well.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Now you know why I asked for it to be put on the board agenda for board discussion, because I didn't want to have this headache. Now that it is back to me, I would more than likely honor the first request to put it at the Garfield Greenway beside the two existing connexes. And I will field the questions from other committees who would like to use storage as well. Thank you.
Mayor, I gotta add something.
Okay.
Please put together a storage container plan and policy.
For all of our committees.
You got to
For
put it
all
together.
of them.
You're gonna have to have one.
Yeah. All of the committees do.
Gotta have a plan though. You know what I'm saying?
Also, one of the concerns with the request to get access to the room here was that we requested to provide a key, and the answer was no, because that is something that we rekeyed this building for security purposes. So if we're talking about keys to the fencing area that are tied to very valuable information on things that are owned and operated by the town, I do think that the proper procedures would be the same thing we did here, is for them to request access, and then someone from Parks and Rec would allow them to, or at least come in and let them in when they need to be able to get access to that.
Okay, Connie, you're back.
Yeah, I want to speak. The key thing. Okay, I didn't need a key to the building, don't want a key to the building here. I understand the room is too little anyway, that's why I haven't been there. But that's why I want to look at other spaces, because trying to find someone to get a key when I need to feed someone that's hungry, or when it's snowing, trying to get a tent or anything like that. There are some buildings over here beside the dog kennel, small and big dog. Want to know who owns that land, because it's open, it's got 2 or 3 buildings there, and there's just locks on it. There's no gate or nothing, it's open. All of around here is open gate with these buildings on it. All around the recreation center, I went around and took pictures, and there's no lock gates to any of those buildings. But I just want my building with my lock on it. I don't want it to be around nothing that's expensive or anything like that.
Connie, I agree with you, and I was trying to get to a point where, and I was going to ask the town manager, are there any connexes or sheds that may be available for them to use?
The existing or the original request was for a connex to be placed at the Garfield Greenway beside the connexes that didn't have a permit that are out there now. And so if this is, and this is the reason why I didn't want anything to do with it, and I wanted it on the agenda for you guys to make the decision. But if it's coming back to me, more than likely I will go with the original request. There are 2 connexes out there now that are operated and owned by Parks and Rec. You can put them right beside it. I'm just simply saying that they're enclosed in a fence because there's valuable information in there. And so I have reservations with getting keys to citizens that are tied to people, the goods that are owned by the town. And so what my suggestion will more than likely be is that when they wanted access to it, staff will be able to provide access to it to unlock the gate.
Here's a question, one question.
Go ahead, Commissioner Mitchell.
Hopefully, this will help. Now, the question is, you can get, what's that lock? There's a, like the old military lock that you can close, can't nobody put bolt cutters to, not.
Combination
You got a
lock.
new lock that is hard to cut. However, because she want to have accessibility at any time. However, do it have to be inside the fence? Can we find a location outside the fence?
That's what I was saying.
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay,
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Ain't got
See?
nothing that important
Right,
in there.
outside the fence, and that way then, but here's the deal though, but you gotta remember now, cause security may become an issue. You know, safety may become, so you gotta, that's why we gotta have a good comprehensive policy put together for protection of not just the town, but the citizens as well.
Well, you're right, but the thing is, like I said, are we gonna be able to find somebody to unlock a gate for us in the evening or when it's snowing or on a holiday? Right, okay.
Another facility, another
Okay.
area.
I work with y'all.
Okay,
But that's,
all righty.
I work with y'all.
Let's move on. Let's move on to,
I go do an assessment.
item 8. Old business is none. Item 9, new business. Item A, authorization for the mayor to execute contract with Whit O'Brien for grant services on behalf of the town of Hope Mills, tab 14. Ashley?
Good evening. So this contract is another amendment from Whit O'Brien, our grant services firm. And this amendment reflects or memorializes the $30,000 that the board allocated for grant services in the current fiscal year budget. And so the distinction with this one is that it is primarily just for reporting for grants that we've already received. There is a bit of overlap in terms of working or finishing up grants that have already been in process, one of which was the Governor's Highway Safety Program resolution that you approved under consent. But the lion's share of this $30,000 is just for reporting. It's not for the town to pursue any new grants.
Okay, so what's the motion need to be?
Approve the Whit O'Brien contract.
To approve the Whit O'Brien grant service contract.
Motion,
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the Whit O'Brien contract for grant services on behalf of the town for $30,000.
I'll second that.
All in favor? We have a question. We're in discussion. Mayor Pro Tem?
So I just want to make sure I'm reading this correctly. In Appendix A, no, my apologies. Number 2, parties mutually agree to increase the not to exceed amount from $90,000 to $120,000 and increase of $30,000. So if we're approving an amendment to a contract, the additional numbers for me are a tad bit confluffling. Should it just show the $30,000 that we're approving with not the other numbers that are listed in there?
So if you look at the top, it references that this is the either third or fourth amendment. So every time we've done this, because this is not the original contract and it's just an amendment to the original contract, that not to exceed number increases in its totality. And that is just a reflection of it would be 4 because it's 120. So this is the fourth time that we've made an amendment fourth time that we made an amendment to the original contract. So it increases by increments of 30 because the original contract was a certain not to exceed number, and every time the amendments come before you, that not to exceed number increases. But this amendment is just for 30,000. That total number is the life cycle of everything until now.
You said a lot there.
Yep.
Yeah, we good?
And the $30,000 that's in here where it says, where the parties mutually agree to increase the not to exceed the amount and increase of $30,000, the $30,000 that will be being paid for was approved in the budget.
Yes, ma'am.
And the other part is the pending items would be the covering of the $30,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay. Satisfied?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, now, all in favor? We'll do this again.
We didn't do a second, did we?
Yes, we did.
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Motion carries.
Wake up.
Item B, moving on. Approval of resolution R 2026-016, establishing the Town of Hope Mills Baseball Tournament Revenue and Corresponding Budget Amendment Number 1 in the amount of $16,410. That's under tab 15. Brittany, you have it?
Yes. So I tried to make the agenda item as detailed as possible. So I don't know if you guys had a chance to read it yet, but if you have any questions in regards to the baseball tournament revenues, I did include the agenda item along with the snapshot of the revenues to show what we actually captured in, and then the explanation of what the department wanted to use the funds for. And then we also went a step further. Is there a resolution on here too? Is this the same one?
Yeah, I think so. Hold up.
Yes, to just do a resolution to allot those tournament funds annually to be used for athletic renovations. And along with that resolution, I created a baseball revenue tournament policy for how we're going to administer those funds. So each year, we should come before the board to authorize the appropriation of those tournament funds so you can approve that they're being used for the intended purpose.
All right. Mr. Mayor?
Okay. Commissioner Mitchell?
I'll also make the motion and finish the question.
Okay.
Make the motion to approve Resolution R 2026-016, establishing the Town of Hope Mills baseball tournament revenues and corresponding budget amendments number 1 in the amount of $16,410.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second, we're in discussion. Mayor Pro Tem?
Just wanted to verify that what you present, what's here, this is monies that was already collected?
Yes.
So this is not money coming from the budget or anywhere else. This is money that was received in, right?
So it's revenues that were collected as of June 30. However, because we're past June 30, it folded over into the general fund, which is why we're asking for that appropriation as a budget amendment in this current year.
Absolutely. And that's not taking money from anywhere else?
No.
Thank you. That was it.
And I may say, Brittany, this was an excellent resolution that you packaged up and put together.
Thank you.
It was well put together. Okay. Motion, second. All in favor? Seeing none opposed? Motion carries. Item C, authorizing payment of temporary cooling equipment from Sunbelt Chiller Rental, BMI, and approving corresponding budget amendment number 2 in the amount of $48,788 for the Public Works Department. That's under tab 16. I think Don and Brittany will entertain this one.
Yes, so I can answer any questions that you have related to the appropriation of the funding. However, if you have any questions about the HVAC or the cooling, I have Don here to answer those specifically. But just to sum it up, as I put it into the agenda form, we had some very hot days in July, and unfortunately, our HVAC unit over at our public safety building ended up failing on us. To provide some temporary cooling, not only for the staff to be maintained in the building, but also the computers and the systems and the servers that we have. We did go into a temporary cooling, I guess, phase, which is part 1 of that budget amendment that you see. And then part 2 is after Don and the crew went out with, I think it was BMI, to permanently fix, or I wouldn't say permanently, but fix what was wrong with the HVAC unit. So that is the total package as presented, going through the temporary measures and then the final repairs.
Mr. Mayor?
Mayor, I have a lot of questions.
Okay, I will start with Commissioner Mitchell, then I'll work my way over and then down on this side.
Great. Are you good? Go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
Who, me?
Go ahead.
Okay. I do know that there were some issues with cooling both in this building and in public safety building. And I think, didn't it start in June, around the June time frame, where it started going off and then it came back on?
It did. The actual issue wasn't it going off. The unit was running, but it wasn't cooling. We found, or Baker Mechanical found, some leaks in the coils.
Oh, wow.
We had them come in, repair those leaks, and recharge the system. A month later, Same thing happened again. Police department calls us up, tells us that, you know, it is 90-some degrees in the building already. Bacon Mechanical responded again. We found more leaks, repaired them, recharged the system, and it happened again a third time, probably about 3 weeks ago. So what we ended up doing with them is we asked them to make a temporary repair on one of the sets of coils, so we could run there's 3 compressors on that unit. One's a very large compressor. We couldn't get that to fix on that area, so we had to isolate 2 compressors, do a temporary repair on the coils, and we're running at about 50% capacity right now on that entire rooftop unit. In order to supplement that, we had to go to Sunbelt, and we got portable chillers that we could put into various areas of the building to augment and keep the building habitable for people, habitable for our electronic systems, and then also because it's been an ongoing issue, you know, with the humidity in here, you start getting water and moisture on your walls and everything else. So we wanted to do what we could do to avoid creating a mold problem a little bit later on down the road. So what the money's going to do is actually replace the entire coil system on the rooftop unit. After you fix it a couple times, it's an indicator that you've got weaknesses developing in the metals of the coil. And every time you release, you're releasing freon gas or a refrigerant into the atmosphere, and it starts to become an EPA issue when you start massive releases like that. So we need to replace the coils and carry on.
Okay. And that was kind of where I was going. I mean, I understand you have to have it. I mean, it was hot and those
Unbearable.
windows don't open. So I know you have to have it, but my thing was, I'd understand why we rented things when we should have fixed it. We could have fixed it all at one, before we got to the rental part of it, because that was like $15,000. Should we have just went ahead and replaced all of that instead of doing the rental?
No, ma'am.
Okay, that's my question.
Because it wasn't working. So if we wouldn't have rented the equipment, well, I mean, we did the temporary fix that we could and isolate half of it so we were able to get 50% capacity. But if we wouldn't have done the rental, that building would still be close to 90 degrees.
Well, I understand that part of it. What I'm saying is, prior to all of that, when you knew that the coils were going bad, couldn't we have just done the HVAC, replaced the coils, like you said, on the rooftop, instead of renting the equipment? You said it was a progressive thing?
What?
I'm just asking. I mean,
Well, it's one of those things, I mean, it sounds, you don't know it's bad until you know it's bad.
okay.
You know, it's easy and it's not uncommon to get a leak in your coils and go back and braze a repair over it. But you don't know that you actually have a problem with the metals on the coils until you have subsequent failures.
Okay.
One, you don't just go and replace, because at $50,000, I'm not going to go and replace coils over a leak, you know, where I could repair it, it'll last for 10 years.
That's right. I agree.
And none of that was under warranty, right?
No, ma'am.
No.
It's the old system.
Okay.
I asked that question long
Yeah,
ago.
he did. I'm just kind of wondering why we couldn't have replaced all of it prior to the rental of the equipment, which was an extra $15,000.
Well, like I
That's
said,
my general
yes,
question.
ma'am. Well, we didn't know until we knew.
Okay, all right, understand. Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Mitchell?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make the motion to authorize the payment of temporary cooling equipment from Sunbelt Chiller Rental, BMI, and approving corresponding budget amendment number 2 in the amount of $48,788 for the Public Works Department.
Have a second? Okay, I have a motion, have a second. Any further discussion? Mayor Pro Tem?
So what I heard was it's fixed, right?
No, ma'am.
So it's not fixed.
No, ma'am. It is temporarily fixed. We've got a temporary fix. We're running about 50% capacity.
Okay,
Our chillers are just about at the end of their rental period.
okay,
The additional ones. So we're keeping the building habitable right now.
okay.
And then with this motion and releasing the funds, we can have Bacon Mechanical come out and actually replace the coils that are in there. Yes,
So-
ma'am. And
So it is to fix?
Yes,
to
ma'am.
Repair, okay. And would they warranty their work?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, awesome, thank you. That's it.
Brittany, where's the 49,000 coming from? What line item?
So I prepared the budget amendment for the 49,000 to come out of the contingency line. That's in the budget. It's just, of course, when we agreed to the contingency, it would have to come to the board for approval before we could do a budget amendment to move that funding.
Thank you, Brittany. The reason I asked this is because when we approved the budget, we approved a certain amount of contingency funds for emergencies just like this. And I wanted to make sure that I highlighted that money was set aside, well, it's coming from a contingency, and that's the purpose of the contingency. So, without any further other discussion, all in favor? All in favor, motion carries. Moving on next, D, authorizing temporary mowing services of the golf course and approving correspondent budget amendment number 3.
Yes.
In the amount of $5,100, and that's under tab 17. You're on a roll, Brittany.
Look, so we have the tractor ordered and it's coming. However, to get us through, I guess, until it gets here with the amount of rain and everything that we've gotten, to keep the golf course presentable as we would like, Lamarco who's our Parks and Recs director, he said he probably needs about 3 mows left until the tractor gets here. So 3 mows at $1,700 a piece puts us at $5,100. So that's what we're asking for the board to approve today, is to allow for up to, maybe we won't need 3, but allow for up to 3 additional temporary mowing services until we can receive the tractor to do it ourselves.
Up to, Brittany, I like that, up to. I can tell you, I was on the golf course this weekend. There was a lot of folks that were out there. It seemed like it was Service Dog Sunday when I was out there. This was yesterday. And yes, the golf course does need to be cut. I can definitely attest to that. There's a lot of high areas out there on the former golf course, especially along the trails. But nonetheless, people were using it. So, do I have a motion?
I have a question.
You have a question?
We're not using the same one that we had before for that cut the grass out there, are we?
No, this is
I thought,
No, this is a,
okay, because the other one, the contract, I think it was $1,300 bi-weekly.
Right.
Or bi-monthly, okay.
This is the on-call
Okay,
one.
all right.
I wouldn't want that one to come back
No,
anyway.
no, they didn't do a very good job. Thank you.
And Ron Gosniak would agree if he was still here. Okay, do I have a motion?
Make that motion, somebody.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to authorize temporary mowing services on the golf course, and budget amendment number 3 in the amount of $5,100.
Second? I have a motion, I have a second. In discussion, Mayor Pro Tem's got a question. Gotta give it to you.
My typical question that I've been asking all night, where would this be coming from?
so the budget amendment is in the packet. I can't recall just off top what the line item is, but it will show you in the budget amendment where it's going and where it's coming from. So I can't remember if it's the fund balance appropriation or if it's contingency.
Is this something that's already budgeted for?
No.
No. It'll come out of contingency.
So the total amount from contingency tonight would be the 5,100 plus the
Does it say contingency or general fund appropriation?
Fund balance.
It says fund balance appropriation, so this isn't contingency.
No, it's not.
However, we can change it if you would like.
10,990.
So that's from your that would be from fund balance. This was unbudgeted for.
I'd leave it where it is.
Yeah.
Well, no,
To preserve our contingency.
that's fine. I have a question. So in the budget, is that not already included for maintenance and repair? Is that something that we haven't already in one of the, like, Park and Rec? Isn't it maintenance and repair and service in their budget?
The temporary mowing service was not included in the budget. What ended up happening was when we authorized the purchase of the tractor, we removed that funding from the golf course, and at the time didn't go back and rebudget some money for the temporary mowing.
Yeah, we didn't factor that in.
So we didn't factor that in when we initially adopted the budget.
But do they not have a line item for maintenance someone has a line, there's line items in the budgets for maintenance.
But not of the golf course. The golf course has its own maintenance, and they may have it. It's just that this wouldn't be a planned service for what they had budgeted for.
The only thing that was budgeted prior was 21,000 to cut the golf course.
Yes.
And we took that out when the board approved the tractor and the
Right.
mowing
Yeah.
attachment.
So we should have left probably just a little bit just to get through the temporary phase, but we were well into the approval of the budget by then.
We learning.
All right, we had a motion.
Question.
We have a second.
One quick
Oh,
question.
Commissioner
Just a quick question, just for my information. Who is it that's going to do the mowing? Who's the contractor? You said it's not the same one that was there before.
It is not the same one that's before, but I can't recall off the top. Do you know, Chancellor?
I can't remember the name, but if you recall, we got rid of the contract from the mowing company we were not pleased with. This was somebody I want to say was on our on-call list that Lamarco found. Yeah, that we're
could
very
follow up.
impressed with, but we never issued another contract because we actually elected to purchase the tractor.
I could follow up with the vendor
Yeah, it's
when I
on,
get back to my
the
seat.
company's is on the on-call list. Because Lamarco presented that to us back in June. Okay, all in favor?
Two more to go.
You good? Okay. All right, the motion carries. Moving on. Item E, authorizing professional investigative services and approving correspondent budget amendment number 4 in the amount of $30,000. That's under tab 18.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion authorizing professional investigative services and approving correspondent budget amendment number 4 in the amount of $30,000.
I have a motion, I have a second.
Second.
Okay, we're in discussion. This $30,000 is coming directly from the general fund. If it's not all used, it will, whatever is unused will revert back to the general fund. I just wanted to make sure that that was said. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Motion carries. Down to item F, approval of amendments to the FY 26-27 budget and corresponding fee schedule, and that's under, tab 19.
Yeah, so tab 19, with the original budget ordinance that we passed back on, June 22nd, there was a typo in one of the numbers. It doesn't impact the overall bottom line. This is for the Powell Bill Fund. So if you look at what's attached, the budgeted revenues and the budgeted expenditures should match each other. And the expenditure part was less the positions that we moved out of Powell Bill and into the general fund. So I wanted to correct that before I actually printed the hard copy of the budget books for the board and our directors. So that was a pen and ink change that I just wanted to have correct before we printed the books. But there was also a change in the addition of the gazebo rental on the fee schedule. So that is what we need a signed amended change for on the fee schedule. So the gazebo rental was omitted from the original fee schedule, so that would also be included as well.
All right, good.
Okay, Brittany, careful eye. It's a careful eye of catching both of these before you print it to hard copies. Do I have a motion?
Make the motion, approval of amendment to the FY 26-27 budget and corresponding fee schedule.
Second?
Second.
Without any further discussion, all in favor? Seeing none opposed, that motion carries. Okay, item G, which was added from the consent agenda. It is approval of resolution R 2026-017, Hope Mills Area Land Use Plan. That's still under tab 11. I think Sarah Grace will come back for this one. Chancellor will probably add in. Just want to make sure that we get the language right. And Brittany, thank you very much. Okay. So, Mayor Pro Tem, we're back here, so let's make sure that we get the right language that you want omitted.
according to, Sarah, what'd you say? Tell me your name one more time.
Sarah Grace.
Hi, Miss Sarah Grace. According to what you said the wording was put in there by the county. So is that something that the board can, make that change to before their resolution is approved? Since the wording was put in there by the county on pages 174 through 177, what the recommendations are?
Mayor Pro Tem, do you have a copy of the actual land use plan?
Which one? The
So
one-
right here
The book? Yep, at my
Book.
house.
at your house? Okay.
Thank you. Which page?
Actually, do you have a copy of the plan or access to the plan
Right here.
online?
We have it.
Okay, you have it? Okay. I just want to make sure that everybody is looking at the same thing that I'm looking at.
Okay.
So I'm on page 175. And it reads zoning ordinance amendment regarding data centers. Recommendation is to develop and adopt an ordinance that establishes standards for the location, design, and operation of data centers, including requirements for buffering, noise, infrastructure, water, and energy use, and compatibility with surrounding properties. The reason data centers can bring investment and expand the tax base, but may also affect utilities, infrastructure, and nearby properties. Clear standards help support economic growth while minimizing impacts on the community. So the simplest question is, do you want to amend this paragraph, or do you want to take the entire paragraph out?
You said on page 175. I don't see that on page 175. What page did you read that from?
You have,
Page 175 says recommendations, adopt freeform zoning, plan for growth
something we put together.
through.
Mayor Pro Tem, I think she's reading from the full book.
Oh.
Yeah.
That book. Oh, so see,
We still have to put together an ordinance before we can
infrastructure first policy?
there in the event. That's an outdated copy.
Oh, thank you.
So many variations.
It's not in that book. Thank you. It's not in that book.
That don't even consume.
So that's the book I have.
I've been researching on it for the last several months. Trying to get that.
That's the book I got.
But, we still
Yeah.
can't nobody put nothing in here until we say.
We only have that one.
So even if that language in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's. All right, but no need to take it out because we still control it.
You wanna take it out?
Can we just take that paragraph out?
But here's my question is, don't need to take it out because we still have full control.
I think to clarify for Mayor Pro Tem as well, this does not approve data centers. I think this gives us recommendations on what we should do if we wanted to take a position on data centers, whether we wanted to completely outlaw them or whether we wanted to actually create ordinance regulations to control them. But I think her concern is she doesn't want to adopt a land use plan that sounds like we're in support of data centers. I think that's what she's saying.
Right.
I'm saying I don't think this language says that. I think this language, because if you recall, land use plans are not the adoption of projects. It's just recommendations. So when you get a rezoning, it says, is it in compliance with the land use plan recommendations? So I think, if Sarah Grace, can you confirm, that language just simply tells us that the county recommends that if we have a desire to talk about data centers, that we should develop ordinance regulations to do X, Y, and Z, for or against.
Sarah Grace, read the first sentence.
Develop and adopt an ordinance.
Yes.
So if I
It's just a
may,
recommendation to develop, yeah.
Right.
if I may backtrack and compare different approaches. So you can see in the copy that we did have up there, there is a recommendation that says adopt form-based zoning. So form-based zoning is a type of zoning that you would implement. I'm going to use my planning knowledge here. We follow The standard is Euclidean. That's a big word. It goes back to Euclid versus Ambler Realty Co. I'm studying for the big test. I take it on Monday. So that's why I know that. So there are two different types of zoning and how you can approach it. So this is just a suggestion of what type of zoning that you can include in your zoning ordinance. So it's not a actionable thing. It's just something you could use in the future. Same thing, you could use form-based zoning in the future. That doesn't mean that you have to take it. It's just a possibility.
Sarah Grace.
Yes, sir.
And with that, we still have full control of yay or nay. You know, that's all this. It's just a guideline, pretty much. It's basically a guideline. It's to keep us in there, because that language was discussed. So it don't commit us to anything. It just give us a guideline. That's all this. It's nothing procedural in there.
It's up to us to develop.
We develop it
on our timeline,
and we got to do it.
I'll try to simplify it even more. If the board decided right now they were dead set against data centers and they wanted to develop an ordinance to do so, you could say it's in compliance with the recommendations of the land use plan who asked us to develop an ordinance.
and that's what the first.
Yes, so this is not in support or in opposition. It just tells us that we are recommending to, because the reason why we should develop, because right now we don't have anything. So if one came, we don't have regulations to govern them. So I take that language as recommending to us to do something. And typically what we're seeing in other municipalities is the first beginning portion is to adopt a moratorium to give you time to develop those regulations. This doesn't say what those regulations should be. It's just that we should adopt them to determine what the town actually wants in regards to data centers.
We good?
Okay. Without any more further discussion, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor of approving Resolution R 2026-017, the Hope Mills Area Land Use Plan under tab 11 as presented. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. All opposed? It passes 4-1. Thank you, Sarah Grace. Again?
I will let you know when the commissioners hear it as well.
I would
But
like to know that because I'd like to attend.
it likely will be at a 6:45 commissioners meeting, though, just a heads up.
Open, it's not at 9 o'clock. And Sarah Grace, your work is not done, as now you will pivot to Grace Creek.
Yes, sir. All right.
We will be following that one.
Thank you for having me and hanging in there with me. If you have any questions, let us know. You have my email, Mayor Pro Tem, and I can connect you with someone more well-versed in data centers.
It wasn't necessarily that. I'm very well familiar with zoning and ordinances and all of that. It's just the way
It's worded.
I appreciate it.
All right. Y'all have a good night. Thanks for having me.
Thank you very much. Remainder of the agenda is all of the upcoming meetings in the month of August. We'll be back here at our next regular meeting on 17 August. Hopefully, we won't have any special meetings over the next couple weeks. At least I say this, should knock on wood, maybe not, but do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second? We are adjourned. Thank you very much. Katie, thank you.